Sorry, I started it up and then I immediately had to chase a cat out of the room. He wanted to be difficult. There we go. Alright. So, we're back with our life, because I'm tired today, and I didn't want to do anything that was required a lot of exertion from me, like Hades does, or like Final Fantasy XIV does sometimes. This is just really easy. I can just sit and read and be all nostalgic and shit. I also have a fan on. Let me know if you guys can hear that, and I'll try and fix it. Just give it a second. Trying to see if my buddy's gonna show up. Hello! Welcome to stream. Pretty good. How are you? That's good. That's always nice to hear. I don't normally hear I'm amazing all the time. It's usually like, I'm okay. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're going right to this one. And then... yeah, that's fine. Alright. It was early and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right... oh, she's just abandoning me. Older kid stuff. She's not that much older, though. I think she's 10. Oh yeah, this is also one of the segments I haven't played yet, so it'll be pretty fun to check it out. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind? That's a big word for an 8-year-old. I mean, I guess it's not that big, but I just wasn't expecting to see it. In your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. He always is. That kid doesn't have a life outside of me. He has a little backpack! I've never seen him with his little backpack. That's so cute. As you walk the familiar streets, wondering how you might find your neighbor. Oh. He appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Yeah, I summoned him by thinking about him. Can you come to the playground with me? No. That's fucking lame. Cove looked strangely serious. It had been an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving. Oh, is he running away? Where? Your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over. He has a little backpack. He's gonna run away. That's cute and sad. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets from what you've seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. Oh, I want to see the dolphins. I just wanted you to know that you're running away. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. Hey, Poe! I don't get it, but where are you going? He didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'll come back though, sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. Little 8-year-old kid logic right now. You directed a fragile smile your way. Okay. Without another word, Cove turned on his heels and started to walk away. Wait! Yeah, where the fuck are you going? Answer my question. He kept going, his focus wasn't on you anymore. You bitch, get back here. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, and then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. It's not like there's anybody here, so I can stand wherever the fuck I want. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly it didn't seem as fun anymore, not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you, he had things to do. You went to play at the park, you stayed there. The park might be lonely. Well, I guess I'll just go there, it doesn't matter. It was still sad Cove wouldn't be there, but you wanted to stick with the plans you had on your own. Maybe Cove and his dad were going on vacation, that had to be it. After all, Cove said he was going to be back. He wasn't moving again. You resolved to spend time with Cove when you saw him next time for sure. After a couple hours at the playground by yourself, you had gotten firmly into afternoon. You were on the swing set with your feet buried in the sand when you spotted Lizzie in the distance. I am too short for my feet to be touching the sand on any swing set. I'm just saying. She was rushing over like something was on her tail chasing her. You knew she'd be coming, but was she that excited to get to the park? Instead of nabbing the swing beside yours, Lizzie stopped in front of you, bent over, balanced on her hands and knees, and panted. Did you hear? Hear what? Lizzie bounced back up, her eyes blown wide. You only saw her this worked up when she found a new hiding place of Mom's sugar stash. It's about... He ran away. Something in the pit of your stomach dropped at hearing his name. I just came out when I saw lots of people gathered around in the middle of the street. They were talking kind of quietly, so I don't think I was supposed to hear, but that just means it was important. That's fair. That's accurate logic. So I snuck up and I heard everything. She paused dramatically. I'll just give her what she wants. What did you hear? Seeing that she had your attention, Lizzie continued. Cove is missing! He left a piece of paper for Mr. Holden. Hey, Scrawl! To tell him he was going away and would be gone for a long time, and no one's seen him since. I saw him. Now they're searching the whole neighborhood. The grown-ups were even saying that if they don't find Cove soon, they'll call the police. Oh, fuck. This is horrible. You had seen Cove. You knew he was going someplace, but you had no idea it was like that. I did. Yes, I did. My 8-year-old form did not, but But I did. I knew what it was. Gonna run away, join the circus or some shit. Was Cove going to be arrested for running away? You thought you might have to go to jail too, for not saying anything and letting him go. You glanced back at Lizzie. Should you tell her that you'd known about Cove leaving, or would it be better to keep it to yourself? I would tell them. That's not something I would keep a secret, because I'm more worried about his well-being, honestly. Actually, Lizzie, I saw Cove. I mean, to be fair, I saw him outside his house. So, like, it's not like I really saw him go anywhere. He told me he was gonna go before I went to the park. What? Really? Yeah, but I don't know anything else, so the information's kind of worthless. Ooh, I know. You could be in big trouble if a grown-up found out you didn't tell anybody that Cove was being weird. What was I supposed to tell them? Like, this is so funny as an adult, because it's like, how the fuck would an 8-year-old know? Right? Like, eh. She crossed her arms over her chest, sticking her nose in the air. You're welcome. You're lucky. I won't tell on you. You're welcome. There was no way you were gonna say thanks to her for that. Still, we're glad that Lizzie wasn't going to tattle on you. She just grinned at her own interpretation of her favor. Oh, okay. You watched as your sister began to pace in front of you. I know Mom said Cove was sad about moving here, but running away from home is crazy. I feel like that's like something most little kids end up doing at some point or another. Or say they're gonna do. And they're like, I'm just gonna run away from home. I have everything I need in my backpack. And it's like a sandwich. Where else is he gonna go anyway? I'd go tons of... I don't know. I want to find him. I hope someone I want to find him. Thinking deeply for a moment, and then she nodded and planted her hands on her hips determined. I'm gonna look too. We're such good kids. Watch us get lost. We get lost looking for the lost kid. We can play at the park any day, and the more people there are looking, the quicker someone will find him. Sure. That kind is sorta. Maybe I'll be the one who does. I'm the best We're gonna do Stand By Me. Except we're not looking for a dead body that we know of. Hold on, we gotta go get the other 2 kids. Wait. There aren't other... We gotta go get Silo. There's only 3 of us. And we gotta walk across train tracks. It seemed like Lizzie wanted to look not only because she was concerned about Cove, but also because it was the most interesting thing to happen this week. Wish me luck. Okay, good luck. Before you could say anything, she ran off in the opposite direction from where she came. You were left in the dust in a matter of moments. That was your sister for you. Yeah, it's all good. Why did Cove suddenly decide to do that today? Did something bad happen? It was impossible to say for sure. Unfortunately, you had no idea where he could have gone. That's kinda true. I don't know where he would go. Because he wouldn't go to any of the normal places. There were the hills behind your house. He had gone there the first... Yeah, but he would have been spotted already. But someone would have checked there already. They wouldn't need the police for that. Cove must be far away or hiding somewhere, if the whole neighborhood was looking for him. You swung back and forth, your lips pursed in contemplation. If I were Cove, where would I go? Lizzie had said Cove was crazy for running away from home, but he never considered Sunset Bird his home, did he? His real home was somewhere else. Yeah, we don't know where that is yet, do we? There was only one place that came to mind that might be important enough for Cove to go off like this. It was a good idea, except how was he gonna get there? Could he take a bus? Was he gonna walk the whole way? You didn't know what direction he needed to take. But wait, there was only one way he could go. Going down the street just led to the beach, so that couldn't be right. Going to the other side would mean he'd get stuck by buildings and fences and big slopes, like the one behind your house. That left going up the street. You knew that road. It led into the main part of the town, and it kept going all the way to the city limits. Cove didn't know the area well. You didn't think he'd want to go off of that road onto some random other street. Which meant if someone followed that path, they might find him somewhere along it. This is smart for an 8-year-old. Is it? Is this out of, like, 8-year-old's realm of thought process? Do we know? I'm not sure. Because maybe I'm just underestimating how smart 8-year-olds are. Oh, hold on. I have to let a kitten out of my room. I didn't know she was in here. Do you want to say hello? Real fast? No? Don't want to say hello? Okay. She was meowing. It was so cute, and as soon as I picked her up, she just said no. The grown-ups seemed to all be looking in the neighborhood, so you had to tell them this. Ooh, I do want to go find him myself, but I also think this would be smarter. Like, you want to tell the adults who have all of the resources to actually go get him. And I feel if I go and find him myself, I will just also be considered like a lost kid. We're gonna tell his dad. We're gonna tell the adults. We're gonna be a good kid. You rest to where you abandon your flip-flops. You will be better off just running barefoot. Flip-flops suck. They slapped against the sand as you left the playground. On your way home, you spotted Mom almost instantly. She must know about Cove and was looking for you too, because she was wearing a worried frown. Yeah, had you wandered off, I bet they would have been like, oh my god, we thought you guys ran away together. Her expression cleared up when she saw you walking towards her. Little, I'm glad you're here. Cove is... She cut herself off, sighing deeply. I know, Mom. I know everything. Why don't you head inside? I need to stay out for a bit longer. Something is going on right now, but we will take care of it. Mom tried to usher you into the house, but you didn't budge from where you stood. Mom, I think I know where Cove went. What? How did you even find out he was missing? Well, he told me. Kids always tell their best friends about stupid plans. They're like, I have to tell you because you're my friend. You know what? That's not important. Where is it, little? You told her the hunch and she listened intently. The main street? That's not good. I'll drive down there and make sure he doesn't get far. But you heard her all the same. Can I come with you? Is Coco... Can I come with you, please? I want to see my friend.
I'm really sorry.
I'm sure you're worried about Cove, and that's good, but I need you to wait here. Wait at home with Mommy. No! 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 That's lame! I shouldn't have told them. I should have just fucking found him by myself. Fucking people. Hate him. I'll bring him straight here, okay? You were disappointed, but you nodded. She stroked your cheek, smiling softly. Mom guided you to the house with a hand on your shoulder. You both went in. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. Mom briefly explained what happened before she grabbed the car keys, and Mommy saw her out. Soon after, you were herded into the kitchen. You sat at the table while Mommy microwaved leftovers, which you gobbled up. Lunch! I've completely forgotten all of my childhood trauma because you fed me. You hadn't even realized how hungry you were. Food. The two of you settled into the living room after that. Mommy put a cartoon on the TV for you to watch. And a cartoon! They're really distracting me. It's working. You snuggled up against her side as you watched the show, warm and safe. That's a me thing. That's like, I'm in my 20s or something. And fucking feed me? We're best friends. I forgive you for everything. Feed me. Your mind was still on Cove. Would Mom find him out there in town, or was he actually somewhere else? I mean, it was a good guess. I feel like it was a guess that anybody could have come up with, that he's a kid, and he probably wouldn't think to leave the main road, potentially. I probably wouldn't have if I was a kid. I would get, like, a handful of feet, like, paces away from where my neighborhood was, and I'd be like, I don't want to do this anymore, this is weird. You didn't have to wait long to find out. Halfway through the episode, you heard the front door unlock, and then it swung open with a shout. We're here! I got him, Lonnie! Come on in, Cove. Oh, we told his dad we found him, right? We didn't just bring him here and not tell his dad. You stood up from the couch and ran over. Your heart was beating so loud, your chest that you could hear... Oh, Your heart was beating so loud in your chest that you could hear it in your ears. Mom was putting her car keys away. Cove stood nearby with his head bowed. You squinted to get up. Yeah. He got caught. That's never good. He looked exhausted. Oh. His eyes were rimmed red, nearly matching his glasses, and there were dried tear tracks stuck. Oh, yep. Thank goodness you found him. Yes, he was way down the main street, just like Little said. Don't rat me out. Cove shuffled his feet as that, but he remained silent. You could tell that he felt out of place. Can I hug him? Can I hug my friend? You weren't the only one who noticed his discomfort.
Okay.
You must be tired. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned him to the living room, and Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You walked close behind him, frowning. Cove was always pretty quiet, but this was a different kind of quiet. I know, he's defeated. He couldn't get away. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall, so you heard your moms talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Yeah. Poor thing. That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. I mean, he's 8. He doesn't know. They don't really understand. They think they do, but they don't. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell... Oh, you haven't told Cliff yet. That would be like... Text number 1. My daughter thinks we know where he is. I'm gonna go drive out there and check. I'll let you know. Right? And the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots. I don't know about that.
Is that alright?
I'll call, then go to the front and tell everyone's still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Hi, bud. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him and staring at his hands. This is so weird. What is? Everyone was looking for me. They all know I tried to leave. Oh, yeah, that would... Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is rough. I kinda want to run away and not come back this time so I don't have to see them again. Baby! Hey, maybe I should try- No! That isn't gonna help. They'll forgive you. Please never run away again. You don't leave me. Cove looked guilty for even suggesting that despite it not being serious. I won't. Not for real. Oh. Kid logic. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Oh, is he already here? Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close by. Yeah. He made a beeline for the couch and gazed trained on his... This poor guy! I feel really bad for Cove, right? Like, of course. He's a little kid. He's going through a really tough time, and so, you know, he does little kid things. I feel so bad for the dad. I feel so bad for him. Because he obviously adores his son and wants to do everything in his power to make this better for him. And his son is just not having any of it. Like, the fucking kid trying to run away, like, that must be terrifying and, like, so upsetting as a parent. I can't imagine that. Oh, I think you missed the part where we told the dad, or we told Cove that the dad tried to pay us to be friends with him, too. That was rough. But yeah, he obviously, like, really loves his son. Like, he's not a bad dad. And, like, Cove just is going through it. And it doesn't really have as much to do with his dad. But, oh my god, it's so fucking depressing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm so much older. I feel so bad for the dad so much. Because he's trying so hard. And the kid is making it so difficult. Which, I mean, it's a kid. That's how it is. Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail that he always wears. His eyes were darkened like he had been crying too. Oh, I'm sure he was. Oh. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. Yeah, they're like, it's not that serious. I was just going to Mom's. And you're like, no. No. Baby. I'm okay. Good, that's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped his hands on his son's shoulders, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed, as if they wanted to wilt like a frown into a frown instead. It's like when you watch a Goofy movie as an adult and you're like, he just wants to take his kid Yes! It's exactly like that. It's like he literally, like, you don't really appreciate it as a kid. And, like, I'm all about, like, giving your kid freedom and, like, independence from the parent and all that jazz. But, like, it must really hurt to just feel rejected by your kid. Because the kid can't really communicate the feelings correctly. God, it's so sad. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. He cares so much, it hurts. Mr. Holden turned to you, still grinning weakly, and then looked at your moms. Thanks for your help, as always. Poor baby. He laughed pitifully. I feel so bad for him. I really do.
I'm sorry.
And I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough. It's fine.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff, really. It couldn't be helped. In a way, something was bound to happen sometime. I don't know about that, but sure. We're just happy we could help and that Cove's safe and sound. Not for the first time that day, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave again anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Fuck. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder. Yeah, don't let that kid go. When he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your mom profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
Thanks, little... Yeah. For what? Your mom said you were the one who told her where to get me. It was good that I went back. Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't think you would have made it much further. We would have gotten tired anyway, but it's fine. A tiny smile flitted across his lips, then they were gone. Glad you're okay. Can I hug my friend? I haven't been able to hug my friend yet. Can I hug my friend? Before he was gone, you reached over and gave him a hug goodbye after a hard day. Aww. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out annoyed. Oh, I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight but brief. You let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them and you were left feeling overwhelmed. Yeah. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you off to it for a nap with no more discussion on what happened that day. Do 8-year-olds often take naps? I don't remember taking lots of naps around that age. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. After the nap, everything else was a blur. You were settled into bed for real later that night in what felt like just a couple moments. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. Or are we gonna have a big talk about not running away? They were pleased that you came to them the moment you had an idea where Cove See, this, I bet you if I had gone after him myself, right? They would have thought I had run away, and this whole conversation would have been like, why did you run away? Don't ever do that again. If you need something, you have to come tell us. And that would have been the conversation. As a reward, your mom's promised to take you and Lizzie out for a treat ice cream. It was more than welcome change from the worry you'd been dealing with. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. I'm sure he did. You didn't know what he said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. Fuck. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. Oh, that's a big word. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Aww. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concern and disapproval of the event. Don't lecture the kids. You're not their parents. Leave the kids alone. God. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. I see. I'm not good at reading on the spot, you guys. I stumble. Things eventually returned to normal as they had to. Summer kept going and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. That one was sad. That was one of the DLC ones. I didn't get that one last time. So, during the normal thing, he's sad about being here, but he never, like, tries to run away like that. So, that's, like, different context.
I was laughing. It was funny.
Oh, that's funny.
The thing I was watching. I'm not out there crying. It's fucking hilarious.
Okay.
I mean, I might be out there crying. You know. It's the huge. I'm an adult. What we do. Hi, chat. Don't forget to subscribe with Twitch Prime.
Shut up.
If you use code LIL. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm dying. Sorry, am I interrupting you?
Jesus. The second one. The second one is how you spell it. He came in with, like, his eyes all red, and I was like, are you good? Did you hurt yourself or something? And he was like, no, I was watching a funny video, so I was crying because it was so funny. And I'm like, okay, sure. Whatever you say. Okay. Alright, tonight we're gonna catch fireflies. That's normal summer thing to do. I will say, my uncle was really mean when it came to catching fireflies. We had, like, plastic bats as a kid, and he would go out with the bat and hit the fireflies, and they would tink and just disappear into the distance. It was horrible. Like, as a kid, it was kind of fun. But now it's like, wow, that's mean. That's really mean. When I lived in Texas, we did the same thing with mosquitoes. Because the mosquitoes were so big. That we would do the exact same thing. You would get a bat, and you would see them flitting around, and you would just foop and tink. They were bastards, though. Big bitches. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights and dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be tons of them around. Oh, you are you? Yeah. You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies was a great way to spend the summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Scylla. Can we Miss Flame? Little being named Little Flame is one thing, but every time I make her in these games and then the family's last name is Flame is so funny to me. It's just not normal. Zillo tapped his fork against the table excitedly, and his face lit up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Zillo to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. I love how these moms, these two are my moms, are like just daycare center. I don't actually know what their jobs are, and I don't remember it ever being talked about in this game, or at least in the ones that I played so far. But they just watch everybody's kids, apparently. But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner and let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. Neighborhood babysitter. Apparently. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Zillo for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. My family wanted me to be that kid. They're like, if you have friends over, why would you want to sit around and watch TV? Why don't you just go do something? You can watch TV by yourself. And I'm like, but we want to watch TV together. Well, it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning macaroni and cheese into her mouth while she waited for their response. Ooh, manipulative. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look when Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes! Along with Lizzie's chairs, you threw up your arms in triumph, but waited until you'd finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Okay. Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind the house with all of the poppies. Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the growing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from a bedtime story Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No, I'm good. I'm fine. No choking at the dinner table. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip. Mom. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Zillo did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should.
Gee.
No one is gonna die. Yeesh. A knock at the door interrupted Mom before she could, no doubt, scold your sister. I don't get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulled it open, without even looking out the window to see who it was. Yeah, that's why you don't let the kids answer the door. You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Of course, it's my best friend. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Zillo's flappy hat. Oh, Cove, hi, you're here! He smiled at your enthusiastic greeting and you hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was there, it meant he could join... I almost said y'all. God damn it. Join y'all in catching a firefly. Damn it. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there, looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. What? My dad told me to drop this off, because I guess he borrowed it from you. He looked at the familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket, and eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back at home when we moved. Poor baby. Great, thanks. Bye!
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call and let him know you got here already. He lives across the street. Like, they can see each other's houses from their windows. Like, you just look out the window and you wave or something, and you're like, we got him. He's right here. It's fine. Like... Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. Hi, Silo. Silo gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hands and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You could come outside with us if you want to. You weren't sure how to say. If he wants to. From the corner of your eye, you could see Lizzie glaring at you for the mention of the excursion to the outsider. Trying not to meet her gaze, you look at Cove. Whatever Lizzie thought of him, he wasn't exactly a stranger anymore. We're gonna catch fireflies on the hill out back. You said that with a smile, hoping Cove would want to come.
Yeah.
Yay! I can do that. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been many, or been any where he used to live. We can't go until after dinner.
Should have won.
After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer. His eye was on the menu. His eyes... and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. Okay. The clipped one-word answers seemed to discourage Silo from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun, this will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be... Oh, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Silo trailed so closely after Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Oh, eggs? That's my, meal every day. Eggs for everything. They're so nice and easy.
Bye.
The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Silo. By the time you walked outside, you pushed the door shut behind you, watched their fingers get further and further away. You're too slow! You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. You fell behind, saddling up next to him and matched his stride. He noticed right away.
It's okay.
You can go ahead if you want. You smile and shake your head. I don't. After a short while, the two of you reach the hill behind the house. The fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, the gentle glow winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Lizzie had already climbed to the top and Scylla was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Wow. Scylla took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. It's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. The firefly danced through the hair, landing on Cove's sea green head. Scylla couldn't help but giggle. You and Scylla couldn't help but giggle. You quietly looked on. You shooed the bug away. Covering your mouth with a hand, the sound escaped you and Cove looked at you with confusion. What? Oh look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing! Scylla ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. Does this kid ever take his hat off? You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb, you tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm, you tried to be cautious of that. You had 2 bandages on your hand, and you tried to be cautious of that. You were good about not getting cuts or scratches, so you weren't too worried about that. I always had band-aids when I was a kid. I was a klutz. I always hurt myself. This one. You spotted one close by. You approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Okay. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept towards it, arms outstretched. Oh no, Scrawl. That's because you take pizza out of the oven with your hands. Whatever. You close your hand around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Yeah, you're usually better off not actually trying to, like, clamp your hands around them too hard. Just hold your hands out into the air and lightly follow them, and then slowly encase around. You can also try and find them in the grass and try and pick those up, but that one I actually find is a little bit harder, because you have to, like, nudge the little firefly off the blade of grass it's on without hurting it. The tiny legs tickled your skin and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hand around the firefly. Ugh. Cove watched it vanish into the thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You'll get the next one. Did you catch one? You nodded and Cove gave up his hunt for a moment, coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. Oh, hey! The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand and he quietly gasped. That's why they asked about the Band-Aid. That's cool. So, they asked this last time, and I didn't get this. Because whenever I told him about the firefly or encouraged him, he just kind of nodded and continued what he was doing. He didn't come over and talk to me. So I never actually really knew what the Band-Aid thing was about, because it never amounted to anything for me. That's kind of cool. And you can see all my little freckles. It worked! Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, little. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low five. Startled by the extreme movement and then the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink, your firefly was gone. It's fine, they're sensible. Oops, sorry. I'm not gonna cry. There's dozens of them. It's okay, I couldn't keep it forever. I tried. When I was little, we would put them in a cup and try and keep them. They did not survive till like the morning. It didn't go well. It was bad. I was like a firefly murderer in my youth. It's terrible.
You're right.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I wanted to take care of them and keep them as pets. It just didn't work that way. It's just, they're not really pets you can keep. They don't last long. Nor did I know what to feed them. I was like, what do we feed them? Let's give them a leaf. It was not how that worked. Right, bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. You decided to collect more, you decided to sit in the grass. Oh yeah, we'll go hunting for more. Uh-huh, we can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll catch a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count. You were having the time of your life racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Little, this way! You followed the sound of Cove's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms out in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare the fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques, yes, that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying it himself. He can't really do it though, his cast is going to be an issue. There were a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success with the both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily and his face seemed really flushed. It was that was fun, a lot of fun. You smiled at him broadly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
Little Cove, get up here, we're having a race. The shouting caught you off guard and it had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Silo. I mean, I'm sure we saw them running around. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again. Lizzie beckoned you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi, Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. That's kind of fair. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, You'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
I guess. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie must have been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. You got into position for the race. You stayed with Cove. I want to do something else. I want to stay with my buddy, but like... I hate leaving him out. I'll stay with the buddy. Really, why? You don't have to. It's okay, I want to watch. You moved just beside him on top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her arms in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Silo did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Countdown. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Silo took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speeds toward the bottom of the hill. I did this all the time, too. It was a tinier hill, though. It was a small hill. But it was fun. And my grandma was like, please don't do that. You're gonna roll into something gross. And I'm like, it's fine. You and Cove leaned forward and watched them go. Eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Silo a huge advantage. The baby wins. So you obviously hadn't noticed. Yeah, you don't. You can't see shit when you're rolling down a hill like that. And as soon as Silo reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up expectantly and threw his hands in the air. Oh, excitedly. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, sputtering angrily, and brushed leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Oh, it's time to come in. No. You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and it was beginning to feel just a little bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened everyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the ones who caught the most fireflies. This is why you get a cup and you put them in the cup. Just be sure to let them go at the end. You knew that whoever really did catch the most, it didn't matter anyway. All that matters is that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's face, you did. Yee. Alright, one more. And then we get to move on to new things. Oh! So yeah, so during the Sandcastle one, towards the end of it, there was an option to tell Cove about the deal his dad made with you. And I talked a little bit about how you get an option to do this at every chapter to tell him, and there's different events depending on like how far into life you are and how close you are with him and stuff like that. And the last time I did it during like the 13-year-old section, which was actually a really good encounter. But I did it this time here when they were younger. And it was really sad. Because the dad was so upsetty. And Cove cried, and it made me sad. Alright. Last one, and then we get to age up. Our sim is gonna grow up. Alright, kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time as if you had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mom was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Stop, you're making me hungry. I just ate dinner and I'm hungry. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one to the table's a rotten egg. I haven't... But it was too late. Lizzie had begun bolting towards the kitchen. I've been on both sides of this. Of like, oh, come on, let's race. And then you bolt and you like don't tell the other person. I'm hungry, I want food. You tried to catch up with her, you stayed sitting, you yelled out to her, you threw a cushion. That's not a good idea. Because I'd be throwing it towards the food, but I do want to do that. You yelled out to her, you stayed sitting, I'm just gonna stay sitting. Don't give in to the antics. Throw it! No! I'm worried about hitting the food. It's not Lizzie I'm worried about throwing it at, it's the food. I feel like I'm gonna miss. Because I'm 8, I don't have aim. I don't have aim and I'm fucking grown up. If you didn't get up and race after her, then technically Lizzie would be winning against nobody. She could have that kind of victory. You crossed your arms over your chest, remaining seated, and watched. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand on the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exasperated... Yeah, we would have hit Mom! We totally would have hit Mom. I win again! You didn't win because you were racing by your... God, I had this argument so many times as a kid. Because you cheated. Okay. You didn't bother trying to talk to her about that. Just let it go. It's fine. Just let it go. I won! That means you're the rotten egg. Okay. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, and then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you think so too, right? Oh, we hadn't even mentioned that he was here yet, I don't think. You blinked. You hadn't noticed that he had been doing this... What he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor, his legs were crossed beneath him, his arm with the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. What did I do? It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Yay! Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised. You were the one who had asked your moms about it. You were excited when your moms told you their idea. There was so much to do. It had made you... I came up with this idea. I was always throwing sleepovers as a kid. They had told you they would ask Mr. Holden and you look forward to it since the moment you found out he'd agreed. And you even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's questions, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be the referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on.
Well, did I win or what?
No.
No. Cove just doesn't give a shit. I don't think he won. He knows she cheated. Everybody knows what she did. It's not my fault, little slow. Hey! What? Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win. Damn. You always pick her side. He snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick her, and she picks me. Yes. You're a couple of rotten eggs, then. Okay, we'll be rotten eggs together. Shut up. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Mama, no. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner, all three of you. Shit's wild. Mom's got jokes. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of this table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. To you two. Your parents brought the last of the food, and then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Come sit next to me! Cove, you can sit too. Slowly he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangements your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side where your moms were sitting. I want to encourage him to do what he wants, but also, why would he sit anywhere else? You can sit encourage the independence. You can sit anywhere you want to. I think it also sounds good if I'm excited that I want him to sit next to me. Cove's gaze met your gray eyes. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out a chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Ooh. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Digging, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all of the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. That's fair. Don't worry, you get over that. When eventually you become like a level of best friend where you just like walk into the other house, you know the parents know who you are, you're like their third child, and then you walk over to the fridge and you make a sandwich with all of it. Like, you get to that level of friendship and it's great. You're just the extra kid that sometimes lives in the house. One dish seemed to have his eye, at least. That's pineapple. Ooh, that sounds good, though. Want to try some? Not really. Sorry. But then your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. You not like any of the food, honey? All right. If you don't like my mom's cooking, we're gonna have a little bit of a problem because The pineapple chicken sounds amazing. I'm just saying, like, come on. Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. Oh, yes, it's so good. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then she spoke again. You should try it now. I want a divorce. Look, you know these mamas? They have good cooking. It's so good. If he doesn't like good food, then it's not gonna work. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens if you miss a meal. Okay. Elizabeth, that's not true. You know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with his fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this. Oh shoot, I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. No, it's fine. Mom, no. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. Yeah. Try new things. Try new things, you little picky 8-year-old. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying to the food anytime soon. Eat, bitch. You let your moms handle this. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. Give me your plate. You should try something new. Ooh, okay. So I like this one. The pineapple chicken is yummy. I like it. Maybe you'll like it. But also encouraging this. I think this one. I think this one. This one's good. Hey, Rafa! He ultimately trusted your judgment. At your suggestion, Cove carefully spooned rice and chicken onto the plate. You saw that he took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the veggies. That's good. Grilled pineapple, good though. Is so tasty and juicy. You nodded, pleased, and your mom's let it slide. I could have taken the plate and just filled it full of stuff and been like, hey, here, try these. But I want him to do it himself. I want him to, feel like he picked what he wanted. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? You don't have to keep asking. Will you please tell my moms their cooking is good? If you make my mom sad, I'm gonna be so upset with you. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Oh, we're treading a line. Oh no. Oh no. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Hey. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Yeah, well. You're friends with me, so don't be mean to my moms. Oh. Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. This is true. You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend. The two of you were friends, right? You wondered how he felt about you. That still made you nervous about your own relationship with him. At least the two of you were definitely friends. I mean, he does seem to like me more than he likes anybody else. You hoped Cove thought of you as a friend. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel good, even though you were still unsure. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. Oh, Mom out here with the wisdom. It's not nice. It's not a nice thing to say to someone, anyone. But Pam... Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends, he said so. As parents, we can still only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Xenos is a weird person. You can argue that's because of his perspective on life that he's that kind of weird. That's his different perspective that they were just talking about. You know? I don't know. Now less talk and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But, Mom... No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You laughed at Mom's phrasing. You groaned about it as well. You stayed quiet and finished your meal. I'm just gonna fucking ignore that interaction that just happened there, honestly. It was good food and you were pretty content to just keep eating. They don't know that she's 8. Dude, if Kai was there, he would just, like, take it from her. He'd be like, I got this. And then give her juice or something. Granted, he's actually in that timeline. He's probably also, like, young-ish. Not as young as her, but teens, maybe. That's the idea. Good job, little. Everyone else get to it. Delicious pineapple chicken sounds so good. Sounds so good. I want it. Ooh, I gotta look up like a recipe for that or something now. I'm craving it. Is it underage in the step though? I feel like they drink. I feel like they drink at young ages. He wouldn't think it's weird. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. No! Talk to me! All too soon, the table was cleared, the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Does he get to bunk with me? We're still really young, right? Like, he can bunk with me at this age, right? I want to bunk with my friend. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. All ready for lights off, you two? Oh, he is bunking with me in here. Yes! It was great when you were a little kid, because they would let you do this, and it was fun to just be with your friend. Barkeep willing to sell Lulu alcohol, but not Kai because he looks young for an Ahra, while Lulu is big for a Lala. This is true, though. Well, Kai does look younger than he is, too, because of his Lalafelian heritage. His face is always just going to be a little bit softer. You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if you got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. Yes! You know if the two friends are in the same room, they're not sleeping. They're gonna be talking all night about stupid stuff and playing games. You nodded for the both of you in response to Mommy's question. Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckling when you squawked in annoyance and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed. Sweet dreams, sweetie. Good night, Mommy. You're so pretty and your chicken is delicious. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead, and you giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you and then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high and he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he drops me on the bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Oh, okay. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual with him and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here. That's fine. Aw, have fun, though I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be soft enough for landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Little's other mom. But I'm the nicer one, just don't tell her that. Oh! Mommy! She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Good night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested her hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Gotta get some water. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. Just real fast, the whole dynamic between these 4 kids, to an extent, reminds me a lot of, like, Lulu and Ozra and Noah, and kind of maybe what Ada would be like, with, like, Lizzie as Noah being the oldest. In a bossy little butthead. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open, and it was so exciting to have Cove spending the night. Yes, there's no sleeping when 2 friends are in a room together. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. Yeah, we know they don't get along. It's fine. You couldn't stop from wondering what he really thought about you. You decided to ask him. You kept quiet about it. I kind of want to ask, just because I want to see what he says. But I feel like that's a weird thing to ask about. We'll ask. Cove. Yeah? Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a few moments, and you wondered if you'd startled him with the question. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy you felt about his impending answer. Do you think we're friends? You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected at you. The way Cove had asked it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before, and now more than ever, you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. Is the game calling me out? Damn. I think we're friends. As soon as the words left your mouth, you knew they were true. Okay. You could only just make out Cove's outline in his sleeping bag, but you could hear the smile in his voice anyway, and it felt good to have an answer to the question burning in your mind. You two were officially friends. Okay. I mean, we've only hung out this entire summer. You're staying in my room, like, we're friends. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? What was that? Could you be less loud? Could you be quieter? Stop that. Stop it. You're disturbing me. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Aww. Oh. Cove sat up. His eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. Oh, your eyes. He got out of the sleeping bag, waddled up towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. Is that where you put them? You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second and then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation of it. You knew even without reading the title which one it was. That was the one your moms would read you. It was special. Be careful, that's mine. I thought you were looking for your glasses. What are you doing with it? I thought you were trying to find your glasses. I was. Then I felt this. It looks cool. The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What is this book? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Okay. Does it have mermaids? Oh yeah, I forgot we're both mermaid obsessed. No, but I love the main character because the squire is really brave and funny. It has cool pictures, some of them even take up the whole page. Mommy reads it to me. She uses different voices for every character. There's a dragon in it, and crazy things happen. I feel like I would remember the dragon. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so they have to fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice, and they decide they don't want to fight her after all. So the two of them become friends instead. Shrek? Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. You must be pretty interested in it. Do you want to borrow it? You were reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tale. No matter how many times you read it, or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. No, in Shrek they fucked the Yes, but this is 8-year-old version, right? So instead of they can't say that. They have to be like, oh, they're friends now. Yes, friends. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. It was definitely the time when you were supposed to be asleep. You couldn't keep staying up. You wanted to read the book with Cove. I want to read the book. My best friend's here. I'm not gonna sleep anyway. You climbed out of the bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Alright, that only works if there's an under to your bed, but this bed doesn't have an under. It has a dresser. You continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier and pulled it up over your head. What? Come on, check it out. Are we making a fort? Bring the book, too. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it, and then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Oh god! Then click, small space flooded with bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Yes, please. Sorry. You tilted the flashlight so that it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Away from my sensitive eyes. I'm offended. I'm offended that you did this to me. Is that better? Yeah. Now we can read, and my moms won't know. I do this all the time. I've never tried something like this before. But you couldn't sleep, and I don't want the sleepover to end, so I thought we could stay up together. Do you want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. You placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted this story to be narrated. You thought it was best to take turns reading the book silently. You flipped through the pages to show Cove cold pictures. You loved it when Mommy read to you. Why not read as loud as you dared, this time for tonight? You didn't even need to study the page for long. There was once a squire who dreamed of knighthood. Wow, they just say it right off the bat. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart, when you even pronounced knighthood properly. Oh, didn't say knight? The word which had given you grief in the past. I have a vendetta against that word. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon, you got to an exciting part. The squire and the dragon's first meeting. Oh god. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon. They're borrowed? Okay. Sword in hand and the torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like a flickering flames. See, it's red, too. Could you see the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No, it's, my head hurts if I don't read with my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay, it's fun anyways. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently over the words. Eventually, he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You went to the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text. A soft smile lighting up his features, a lock of his hair fell into his field of vision. But he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you watching him, and he raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but you went back to the book. You did too. Oh, you did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen when you saw a dark shape towering above you. Oh god, don't scare me like that. You froze, and then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove, is that you? Yeah. You shifted and felt something cylindrical pressed against your thigh. You fumbled for it, A familiar weight of a flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. No, don't leave. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. Aw. You frowned. You'd helped your moms redecorate it only a few months back. Oh, it's not the room, baby. I like my room. It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed in my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in new place. Poor baby. You wondered how long it took for Cove's boredom in his new house to not be weird. In his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. You can't leave. It's probably like 3 in the morning or something. What? That took off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house this time of night, all by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in. I've gone outside late before and I have to go. I don't think this will work out for me. I mean, you don't have... I mean, well, if you feel you have to... I don't want to let him walk across the street at 3 in the morning. And show up at his dad's house at 3 in the morning. His dad's gonna be fucking terrified. Yeah, we should tell the moms. Yeah, we should tell the moms. No, I don't want you to. I'll just leave. My dad can call them in the morning. You knew that you could just let him go, but something inside you was saying that that wouldn't be the right thing to do. It's too late for you to go outside on your own. It'd be bad. He grumbled quietly, though stayed put. Okay, you can tell them. I'll wait. Good. When you crept into their room, Mom was still reading in bed. Oh, I guess it's not that late. Watch it. It's like 10 o'clock or something. While Mommy had already fallen asleep. When Mom woke Mommy up, they were both surprised to hear that Cove wanted to leave, and the two of them followed you back to your room to see him.
Sweetie.
Cove, are you alright, sweetie? Is there anything we can do to help? Oh, look at her! She's so snug! She has a little hood. Mommy sounded tired from having just woken up, but she smiled at Cove kindly. Cove shook his head firmly, not meeting anyone's eyes as he did so. I just want to go home. We're sorry you don't feel comfortable staying. How about you come downstairs with us and we'll call your dad to get you. Cove headed towards the door. He stopped halfway there and turned back to you. Bye, little. I'm sorry. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Cove. Now I'm just sad. You watched as he shuffled past your mom's and out of the room, and Mom turned to you before leaving. Alright, off to sleep. We'll make sure Cove is taken care of. Good night again. Good night. You listened to the sounds of their footsteps on the stairs, and you huddled back down in bed, pulling your blanket up around your shoulders. Should have gone with him. Yeah, should have gone with him. You were sad that Cove wanted to leave, and you thought the two of you were having a good time, but you understood that it might be hard to sleep somewhere other than your own bed. Eventually, your eyes started getting heavy, and with a loud yawn, you finally got comfortable in your bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, you were awoken by a sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Little, wake up, it's time to get up. The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Mom sat down on the bed next to you and you blinked at her for a moment, confused. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what had happened during the night. Mr. Holden came over to pick up Cove and take him home. Sad beans. You should have seen his hair when he turned up, half asleep. Oh, I actually kind of want to see that. It was even messier than Mommy's in the morning. That's cute. She chuckled at the thought, and you could tell that she was trying to make you feel better about the whole situation, so you smiled back at her.
Thank you.
I thank you for letting us know that Cove wasn't feeling good, little. That was a nice thing to do. You nodded in agreement, and Mom went on to say that maybe once Cove started to feel more comfortable, that he could try and sleep over again sometime. You smiled, looking forward to another chance to show him how fun your house could be. The next time you saw Cove and Mr. Holden, they both apologized for Cove having left so suddenly. You assured them it was okay. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. Aw. Sad. It had been a learning experience, according to the adults. You could accept that. There were definitely things you learned from it. Okay! Yay! Do a save. Alright, now we get to move on to summer ending. We do like an epilogue of this step. We get a new section where I get to dress up my doll again. And then we move on to the prologue of the next step. And we get to be teenagers now. Well, preteens-ish, sorta. Yeah, we gotta get through this epilogue first. Are you sure? Yes. I'll never get tired of that view. Mommy is so fucking pretty, though. Like, both of the moms are really, really pretty. But, like, I love Mommy. She's so pretty. I love her hair. I love her curly hair. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You liked to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That would create a lot of steam. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. Oh god. The 10-year-old always has to be a smartass. How did you figure that one out? Because I know that's not what real magic looks like. I take it back. This is solid logic. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look but didn't dispute the claim. The 10-year-old isn't convinced. Okay, but for real. Do you not see Noah in Lizzie? I kind of see it a little bit. But that could just be me. He looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. But we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you planned on going home. Don't look at me like that. Like what? Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot on the ground. You mimicked her, feeling it would add something to the argument. Well... Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug and you knew that they were very close to victory. That you were very close to victory.
Okay.
Alright. But as soon as dinner ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. Yes! The third child. There's always a third child. That's not actually, like, related. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. It's as close as we're gonna get. Ah, so much to do, so little time. Maybe I can still get that seashell bracelet at Tines and Trinkets. Oh, and maybe the playground or the fireflies will probably be coming out, right? Don't I get a say in this? You silently made your own plans. We can't go too far. I'm going home. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over at Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heels and heading off in the direction your mother's had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long, she was disappearing off down the road. Oh, sleepy. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, headed for the beach. Follow Lizzie, stay with Cove. Stay with my buddy. Cove gave you a smile and you couldn't help but return. Cool. You made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me and then started heading to the waves. Watch out for your cast. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back and then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. Sorry. The rock sunk kind of like a rock and fell back down almost right after he tossed it. Sure. For my own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw to. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, and smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. Yes, but he can probably feel all of the sand and gunk that has gotten up there. That would be so uncomfortable. Ugh, I don't like it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face. That's not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. Oh. I don't know how he got it, actually. I kind of want to know that. I was jet ski. What? But you're 8. Wait, is that what I think it is? Hold on. I gotta make sure before I judge this 8-year-old exactly that I know what that is. What? He went jet... I have to assume he was, like, sitting with his dad. I would imagine... Yeah, I feel like he was in an adult slap. Right. I hope so. That's cool. That's wild. You beamed at him. You had never gone jet skiing, but you'd seen others do it all the time from the shore. It looked impressive. You have to be like 14 years old to legally... Yeah! Cove looked a little taken aback by your outburst, but after a second, he gave a small nod. He then continued to explain. I crashed. Were you driving it? Were you actually driving a jet ski? What do you mean? You can't even reach the pedals. Like, you can't reach the stuff. You can't do it. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to... Yeah, but... Well, I'm not... Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping into the sand. Did he steal a jet ski? How did he even do that? It's not even the fact that he's not supposed to. It's the physical height requirement to do it. Whatever. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. Gun to the gas, because he couldn't reach it. Yeah, that would explain why he crashed. He's just like, this is how it's gonna work. I think it'd be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Oh yeah, we're gonna go to the same school. Yes. Cool. You're going to like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been much better. I mean, most schools are roughly the same. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It would be kind of scary. Cove shook his head and then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound when you took a good look at his face. You realized that his eyes were wet. He's such a little crybaby. He's so cute. Little soft baby. We love him. I want to go home. Sorry, baby. You've never had to move before, but yes, I have. But you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Look. When you move as much as I did, it starts to not be that big of a deal. Every school is the same. Every group of people is the same. You just go. I understand, Cove. We get you, even if the MC does. The MC gets you. The player kind of gets it, because I had to move a lot as a kid, and yeah, it's always weird to just completely change. Like, each neighborhood has its own, like, entire group of people and culture to it. It's strange. But you just tune it out mostly over time. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Oh yeah, the first time, well, I guess so, but my whole thing is that I moved a lot when I was like really young, so I was already kind of used to it by the time I was even like conscious enough to be making friends and feeling this way about things, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm not saying I wasn't like completely immune to being upset for moving. I like got upset, but I was like just sort of accustomed somewhat. You gave his head a small shake. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Alright, Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? This can be your home. It'll be alright. God. It's a really nice home, if you give it a chance. Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arm around his knees, resting his chin on them. Oh no, I made it worse. Oops. No. Baby. Baby, no, I'm sorry. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around? Yeah? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Yeah, as an 8-year-old, of course, I don't know if I would have the concept of just not being around. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. Yee! You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yes, swimming is like the best part. Cove smiled, then looked back at the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I don't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw anger had slipped off of his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe it'd be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. You held his hand. I'll make sure you do. Can I do both? Can I do both, though? Can I do both? Let me do both. I wanna hold his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reached out to take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. Aww. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You'd definitely try to help, in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom's shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling, it's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I just want to spend time with my friend. And if you don't want to come to my house, that's fine. You don't have to do that. I don't want to make you do that if you don't want to. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Little thanks. I know, I am great, aren't I? It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. The bullshit I can't. That's all I did as a kid. They had to actually, like, physically come get me because I would never hear them calling for me. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. Here we go. Okay, this is where we get to make a new baby. New baby. All of this stay same. Do we want to change this up? Huh? Oh, that's me when I was like 10. That kind of looks like Sailor Mercury. Those are like ringlet curls. Oh, these. These are all like half-toned hairs that are kind of cool. And then there's a short option. Let's see, 13. Well, there's Little's ponytail, the little puff. Sure. I can get braces. I actually want to... Can I turn off my rosy cheeks? I just kind of wanted them for when I was tiny and cute. Oh, it's right here. There we go. Yee! She's so cute. Alright, relax. We're gonna move up a level. A little 13-year-old crush is gonna be so cute. We're gonna stay relaxed. I don't know. That's fine with me. You won't be able to change again until step 3. Yes. Oh, so we can customize Cove a bit, or we can let the game do it. Oh wait, I can wait, both? Hold on. So I'm just gonna leave all of these with how the game left it. But I just wanna look. So you can change the hair options. He only has these two. They're both really cute. Whether or not he still has glasses. Oh, he doesn't. He still had glasses for this for me last time. His shirt. There's only 2. There's not too many options for the boy. His PGs. His outerwear. There you go. It said personality stuff too, but I don't see any options for that. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. I actually don't remember this. I didn't do this last time. Warm. Oh. Studious mixed sporty. That's cool. Nice. Alright. August ended, September began, it was time to go back to school. Oh, that's not working, I guess. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week she hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time as long as it was together. Aw, besties. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. Oops, hit the wrong button. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. Yeah, I didn't get this. You get different, because the last time I just picked Fawn, and it talked about how, like, over time you guys had become friends. But so you get different stuff going on. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. Ooh. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. Ooh. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Aww. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad, and he would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He didn't need to. We stick to it. We might as well just be attached. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day, he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. Well, science agrees. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when somebody drew attention to it, and he told them the story about how he stole a fucking jet ski and crashed it, and it cost his parents thousands of dollars. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in the class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold the spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. When you know the word, but you can't say it. It's like cinnamon for some people. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Silo, well, he was gone. Damn it. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Silo anymore. It was a long time ago. Hey, Rafa! Oh, Rafa got an emote. You learned some heartbreaking things, became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for that. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everybody calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Yeah, that's what happens. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. Kinda. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Oh? That's sus. He says he sells scuba gear, but I don't believe him. Oh, Scroll, you missed all the stuff. It's so cute. You missed a bunch of cute stuff. A bunch of, setup, I guess, really. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed like Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed. In small and big ways, you had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into a new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Look at my room, it's so different. I have scuba gear. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. That is a fluffy comforter. Look how fluffy that is. That's like way too warm for California. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your day off, wide awake, about to head out to enjoy your time off. This is the first day back from school? We sleep in. It was hot, but you still had a blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. Look at her! She's so pretty, though. She's so cute. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up. Damn. Go away. You pretended to still be asleep, you got up, you started to fake snore. I'm a teenager, leave me alone. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Get up now, I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is. Oh, don't call me out like that, please. No, I don't like it. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Says thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. Ugh.
Come on.
So come down already. That's new dialogue, by the way. Oh yeah, she's even sassier now. I'll be right there. Okay, fine. Really? That's great. I'm coming. I'll be there when I'm there. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Your reflection hardly even fit the frame. You were where's the shortest? You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. You're very short. Me. You were even shorter than Derek. People were always surprised to find out you and Cove were the same age, considering the almost comical height difference. Oh, if you missed it, Cove is like super tall. They talked about how he is like the tallest kid in their grade for like the past couple years. You liked your height. You weren't sure how to feel about it. You were kind of self-conscious. I don't have an issue with my height. I don't feel one way or the other. Things kept changing, but the height you actually had and what the impression of that height was based on your age. It was confusing. Little is still dating talls even when not... Okay, but when you're as short as I am, everyone is taller. Everyone is taller person. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. Oh yeah, because you're the tallest in your friend group. I wish I had seen this game from the beginning. I like visual novels, but now I feel like I'm missing the story. It's free, Rafa. You can go buy it if you want. I also have the VOD up on my Twitch, and I load everything onto YouTube if you want to watch the playthroughs. Basically, the story is you play the life of this kid. And you get to make a lot of decisions about it, and you just play this, and you make, that's it. You play the life. It's really cute. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Yeah, it's free on Steam. You can buy DLC, which amounts to like less than $15 too if you want, but the base game without the DLC is still really nice. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands which she was perusing through. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Oh, look at Mom with her hair all in a bun. Good morning, little. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there, making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Look who finally made it. Good morning, sleepyhead. Look at Ma with her purple hair. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. It's real life. It's real life. Just let her do it. You stood by patiently and indulged your Ma's wishes. She gave you 2 small taps on the crown of your head. Rhoda, no. You're the last one down today, you know that? Alright. Well, I do what I want. Life isn't a race. Good morning. I was going to stay longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. Uh-huh. What did we get? I kind of want to be sassy. Just say good morning to my favorite mom, my beautiful mom. That's all. You really are a sleepyhead right now. I'm sleepy. I'm only kind of a morning person. I have to be like actively productive in the morning to be a morning person. But if I don't have to be awake, I just won't be. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Look at the baby! Your baby, so cute. He leaned uncomfortably to the side of your doorway with his bushy hair covering parts of his face. Look at his curly hair. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to the other. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers, and then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. I love edible arrangements, though. I love them. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at the showing. You couldn't imagine how many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. Bullshit, I wouldn't. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long you lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was a nervousness to it. Hey. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking, to when you first met Cove, how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Whoa. I don't want to get into that. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too. They're so cute. His grip on the base of the gift tightened, and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. It's so cute. Babies. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. I did this step last time as the fond setting, so they were good friends, really good friends. And I did kind of play it out like a slight crush had existed, even though like it wasn't like none of this context was placed in the dialogue. So I'm really wondering how different it's gonna be. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly, and you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. God. 13-year-olds, man. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled. Look at the face! Look at his baby face! He's so cute! It's so weird seeing him without his glasses at this stage. Because he had his glasses through like a majority of my playthrough, actually. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from, but that's so thoughtful of your dad. Your dad's so nice. Thank you. Oh! That's kind of forward. That's kind of, I don't know about that. I'm scared. No! I just want to be nice. I don't want to... The whole thing is that I would never say this is all. It kind of comes out of nowhere, and like, my moms are right... I don't know, but I also think it would be fun because I think it would fluster him. And I think that'd be cute. Fuck it. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? I'm not ready. No. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had, though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your own mind on what your opinion. We like him. Yes! Yes! I will always pick this fucking option. I'll read them. Whatever. He was nice. He was sort of funny. He was pretty weird. You didn't like him. I don't know how you couldn't. He was great. He was great and kind of handsome. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, you don't mind them and liked him quite a bit. And even if he was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice-looking guy. It was good, too. That was good, too. But it was something you kept to yourself. I love it so much. I love that they let you say that. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek. Oh, Derek's a cutie. You're gonna love him. Just a few yards down the road, he ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him. You were confused at the sight of... we like Derek. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. Look at the baby! After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. He's so cute. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, guy and gal. Look how tall. Look how tall Cove is. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. I should have figured you'd be at Little's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, and then realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. Oh, did I not? I didn't put that in my house, I guess. It's kind of a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit. Nice. Can I have some? Sure, we can share. I haven't tried any yet. It's a gift for my family. I can't give it to you. Maybe it was specifically a gift for my family. It is not. I don't have the right to share it. Oh, he pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. I'm sorry, baby. Oh, okay. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sighting right away. Good job. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly you looked over at your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here, anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. Look at him! Look at his fluffy hair. He's so cute. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Cove has a twin. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, and he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked a familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the ray of the sun. Okay. He scuffed around, kicking up sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset. But you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. No! No! It's like meeting a wild, don't call, no, stay away. Hey guy, over here. The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper into his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. What? What is it? What do you want? It's Weevil! Oh my god, it is! Oh my god, it actually is though! That's where I had seen him before. That's why his design reminded me of someone. That's what it was. The sharp tone made Derek flinch and he shifted on his feet. Say goodbye to Exodia! God, Weevil was such a little shit. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? You look like a Jeremy.
No.
No, I'm Derek. That's Little and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in this neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. Oh no, it's gonna attack. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened. They did bring me somewhere stupid, of course. I knew it! Look at how fucking tall that bitch is. Like, Jeremy is hunching, of course, but still. My parents, they're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? So mean. Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. I love you, Derek. You're such a sweetie. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Oh no. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I'm gonna fucking try. I'm gonna be friends with that stupid bowl cut if it kills me. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably. Why not? We live on a resort beach. I don't understand. I mean, I guess it's because we live here, but whatever. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. I know, he's so cute, isn't he? I do actually really like Derek. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too? I guess. I love that fucking reaction though. Yeah. That's, a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No! This kid is like inner me, though. Like, just miserable. No, I don't want to go to the fucking beach. I like swimming, but it was... Sometimes your mom would make you go, and you're like, I don't want to go. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff, and he turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home, but I'm not allowed to be by myself. I was waiting for him to say, like, of course not. I bet I'm adopted. It makes sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? You didn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal? I'm sorry. You were forced to do something you don't want to do, I guess? We'll try and, like, sympathize and maybe, like, deflate the anger. Sure. As if that alright. Fuck you. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange. You're probably just not as quiet as you think you are, baby.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. That's fighting words. That's... No. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure it was out of embarrassment or anger, maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. No! We're not gonna insult Cove. Apologize to Cove right now. You can't treat people like that. This Weevil kid's eyebrows aren't even the same color as his hair. Haha. He dyes them. Stand up for Cove. Cove smiled weakly. I love the idea that Cove's like this fucking 6 foot tall 13-year-old, and then there's me with my little nearly 5 foot ass, and I'd be like, he asked for no pickles. And that's totally the dynamic, honestly. Now I know why you thought we had anything in common. You must be blind, bitch. You just rolled your eyes, you crossed your arms over your chest, you shook your head, you patted Cove on the shoulder, you lunged towards Jeremy. You grinned at all of this. Fight. Fight. I like to think that's how Baby Little and Baby Scrawl... That's exactly what I think of. He's just so big, and she's like, he asked for no pickles. You were getting really tired of this. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice. Wow, what is wrong with you? This is dumb. No, come back! Come back, I want to be friends! You might not actually be so shitty if you would just chill. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and sulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. Can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else. Okay. So this is all part of, like, the prologue, so I've met Jeremy before. And he didn't really show up again for the rest of the fucking step until the very end when he just disappeared, basically. So I'm wondering if the DLC has something to do with, like, seeing him more so you can interact with him, because otherwise he just kind of shows up here and then fucks off. Like, the interactions borders on pointless. So I'm hoping we actually see, weirdly, I'm hoping we get to talk to him more in the DLC, because it could turn out to be interesting. Or maybe it's because the dialogue options matter, and it determines whether or not I actually get to interact with him too much. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do. This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit a mage... Oh, I still have that. You completely forgotten about it during the mid-drama that unfolded, and you had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some... No, Cove can't... I will cave. I'll fucking cave if Cove is the one that wants it. Like... Why am I still holding the fruit? We walked all the way down here. I need to save it. Why not? I hold firm. Hold firm. It was meant to be shared with you and your sister and your moms. Your moms deserve it. How much I want to give some to my friend. Can I just buy them ice cream instead?
Yay.
Okay. I'm sorry. He sagged, still staring at the glistening fruits, but he didn't insist further. Yeah, it's a gift for the Flame family. After all, they should be the ones who get to have it. Thank you, baby. Sorry for... No, you can ask. I mean, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. Quiet. Once more descending upon the group, Cove turned towards the ocean, a peaceful expression on his face. Hey, you two remember the land before time? Yes. The fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Yeah, tree stars. Oh, tree stars!
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. Yeah, they did make leaves look really tasty in those fucking movies. Motherfucking tree stars! I feel so old. No. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. That movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? I love that movie. Me too. Derek didn't say anything further about the dinosaurs or otherwise. For the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crash onto the shore. Hey, little. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Oh? Oh. Thanks for what you said back then. It's nice that not everybody thinks like that guy. Oh, it's okay. He was just being a jerk. Derek chimed in strongly. Don't listen to it, Cove. He's the problem. People shouldn't say those kinds of things. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a contempt. I do wonder, because it's never explained. It's just a weird thing that he has, why his eyebrows are like that. It's just like a weird character thing. And there's not a reason for it other than it's brought up when you first met him, and it's brought up here, and it's potentially brought up in other dialogues. But otherwise, it's just like not. It's just like a character design choice that is kind of strange. I don't get it. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So are you both ready for summer break? No. Sure, that's what I said, so we'll go with it. I get it. Feels like there's a lot to plan for, doesn't it? I think that depends on whether or not Little becomes my girlfriend. Damn it. Because you could say anything, before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Oh no! Run! Hey, Little! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Mom says you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for. Yeah, we kind of did. We just walked off with... Like, it wasn't like, oh, let me just give this to Ma in the house so they can share it and we will go to the park. Why'd you steal our damn fruit? Little, you were so distracted by your boyfriend. She leered over you with arms folded. Here, take it. So, where is it? It's fine, it's right here. You turned your body to face her and held up the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown. Alright, looks good, but if all you're doing is sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. This is fair. She grinned tauntingly, slyly glancing at Cove, who sat right beside you. Even if you are the one person who counts to the delivery boy, that was from his dad. Oh. Shh. Shut up, Elizabeth. It seemed everybody was in the mood to tease you and Cove today. Yeah, it's because you're 13. It's because you're the youngest in the group. They always tease the youngest, and I fucking hated that as a kid. And they're like, haha, it's funny because you're the youngest. So you get all the teasing, and I was like, shh, fucking punch somebody. It's not gonna be so funny when I fucking slap you across the face. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. I don't know, we're friends. I don't know what you're talking about. Get going, this wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything yet. What? It's fine. Here, I'll just give it to you. Take it, please. Oh no, I think I hear a mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anybody. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look at you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. Can I just give her the stupid bouquet? It's brought me nothing but trouble. Just take it. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got out from the sand, bouquet still in hand. Once you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over to you.
Come on.
Come on, fugitive. You nodded, then examined the fruit skewers. You wanted to make sure it hadn't been jostled in the short adventure you'd gone on. It still looked great. Elizabeth noticed too. You know, we could split it now and tell them those boys ate it. They bailed, so they don't get to tell the story. Moms would never need to find out. Oh, that's kind of hypocritical of you. She bumped your shoulder, winking cheekily. What else is... You laughed together, making your way home side by side. I'm sad I missed out running off with the boys, but I wanted to give her the stupid thing. You and Elizabeth didn't follow through with the joke to eat everything before getting home. When the two of you returned, your moms welcomed you back. There wasn't a mention of a mini event that had unfolded. The four of you happily split the bouquet to the end. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin, Leandra? You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your family only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before, and now hung out regularly. Didn't wonder what? What year is it? There's not an exact year. There's rough estimates of time, but we are 13 years old. I don't think there's an exact year. It is roughly around the same demographic of our ages. So 8-year-old probably was early 2000s, and now 13 2010s maybe ish. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too. But now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot. No, I don't have a lot of friends. You weren't all that close with any other girls your age. But you had plenty of other friends, but you didn't really have a lot of other friends. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless, you thought that what you had with Lee was good. Then a shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Look at her! She's so cute. Hi, little. It's Lee. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was static on the other end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school is actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Yeah, I know, she's a little cutie. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we can go hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out. Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room. You got up from the seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cord tying you down. Your mom had a rule about not moving the phone unless the call was in progress, which was why you had been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought it made sense. You didn't like it, but it makes sense. That makes sense to me. You want to know where the phone is. I don't want to go looking for a phone. If you're not using it, put it back. That makes sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. Yeah, exactly. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna get some water. I gotta make that one of my my points is like hydrate and posture checks. Because I fucking need them, honestly, actually. I just forget. Alright, but now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to him. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. Hydrate button, yeah. I'll probably make one. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here. Cool, hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for somebody else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get one until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one would be able to stop us. Your phone service could. How great would that be? Yeah. Really great. But wouldn't I still be using a home phone? Too bad that's so far away. I know, I could probably get my own phone without them if I was that old. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. You'll probably get one when you're roughly in high school and you start doing extracurricular activities, and it's easier for you to have a cell phone. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed out your pillows and made yourself more comfy. Comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. I already did that. That was terrible. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easy to you, though you tried hard. Don't call me out. Don't. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still don't do that bad. I hate those kids. You didn't bother at all in school and your grades reflected that. Everything in your classes came easy to you. You worked hard for your excellent grade. This is... Yeah. You knew it was important and you wanted to do well. Frustratingly, even your best didn't seem to quite ever be good enough. You didn't know how it could be harder. God. Real life. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hoped to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You were confident your grades would remain great. You had no plans on getting excellent scores this time around. I want better grades, I guess. Yeah. Your future depended on... Sure. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it? 'Cause it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking for you. Let's make a petition for more vacation time. It's so awful, I hate going. Come on, it's too scary now. I fucking hated school. I get what you mean. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great. I fucking hated gym. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. The cafeteria lunches at my school could be better than they had any right to be. What school do you go to? There was nothing good about my school. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught. I I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people. Me too. That was it. That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. We got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. Of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. No, ew. I've got some new art supplies. Yes. Reading. I'm gonna catch up on movies. Probably I'll spend time at the beach. I don't want to do anything at all. It's a vacation. I can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make. You leaned back in your bed, settling in, and continued chatting with your friend, even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. How was with Cove and Derek today? We met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? His parents were visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know. What was he like? Creepy, mean, weird. I found his bowl cut very interesting. He kept snapping at us when all we were trying to do was talk to him. I've never talked to someone who spoke like him. I don't think I want to meet him. No, poor Lee. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys. Or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. Stop. Don't tease me. We laughed at your defensiveness, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. Uh-oh. The little adventure from earlier hadn't gotten you any goodwill this time, it seemed.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? God, having to share the home phone, man. Glancing at your watch, you realize your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held her breath, and the other one lodged on her hip. You notice the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go. I'll see you soon, okay? With a sigh, you said your goodbyes. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. No, get out of my room. She's just gonna tell on me. She's just gonna go tell Mom. Bye. Elizabeth and your moms say hi. You'd barely pressed the end call when Elizabeth whisked the headset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the... Alright. Calm down. Patience, please. Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, does anyone see the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That's not typical sibling behavior. Typical sibling behavior is they bust your door in, they turn off your light switch, they flick you off, and then they leave and leave the door open so you have to get up and close it. Was that just me? That was one way to end your first day of summer break. I didn't even get to spend that much time with my boys because I didn't run away with them this time. I stayed like a good bean. Lame. Like a lame good bean. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring off at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and open sky. You were scared, confused, annoyed. Confused? What had caused the noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find a reason behind the disturbance. To your utter shock, your gaze was met with a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were balanced against the section of wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. Oh, he's sneaking around. It's so cute.
Hey.
Hi. What are you doing? Oh, no. This is a surprise, but you're always welcome here. Is everything okay? What happened? You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Amazing. My dreams have come true. Oh, God. I kind of like this one. I don't know. I don't know how flirty I want to be. It's kind of weird. Sure. Thanks. I know that it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they have just made me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Then why'd you come over if you don't want to talk about it? Well, besides with you, I mean. And that's why I did that. Okay. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you something was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised an eyebrow. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? You shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. I would have done that too. There were other... Yeah, I don't care. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Sucks. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. Yeah, I would be so bored without my bestie. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked Mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There is a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told me she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Well, that's like in 3 months, so that's plenty of time. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, there's one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them.
Very soon, they were going to see Cove's mom in person. Or you were going to see Cove. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing around your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch, how are we now we're all going to be together again, the three of us after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. It's so... His fist clenched and his eyes became misty. Oh, baby, no! I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. You can deal with this. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Yeah, that's a lot. You didn't know what to say. I am here for you. I'm always here for my bestie. The tense line in Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better, like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Temporarily, she's only visiting. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Little? Sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, you mean it? You don't mean it. No, I'm not okay. I don't know. Who, me? I'm more worried about... Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. Wow, things are kind of bad for My life isn't bad, though. I'm fine. More worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you, too. Aw, that's so nice. He's so nice. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Baby! Sweet baby. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. That's fair. He looked away, lips thinning into a line, and rubbed his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. I could stay a little longer, just doing something else. He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Oh, you can stay tonight, but we shouldn't make a habit of this. I've got a flashlight and some cards. Of course, you can always stay. You can always stay. You held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. We're gonna get in so much trouble. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You sure had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had had deepened so much over these past few years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. Oh no. Ah! That's too close. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. I'm getting flustered, it's not even real. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's going to happen, or what's about to happen. You smiled gently at him, you put a hand on his shoulder, you patted his back, you hugged him, you took his hand in yours, you nudged him. I want to hug the boy. I like hugs. Does he want a hug, though? Would he be cool with a hug? Is that too much? Now that we're all, like, teenagers and stuff, is it weird? I'll go for it. He moved closer and wrapped your short arms! I'm so short. Around him as much as you could. It's not like he's fucking ripped yet. He's just tall. He's still kind of scrawny. I can fit my arms around it. It's not that serious. Your head was much lower than his. Alright. So there was nowhere for your face to go except against his torso. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, so startled. After a moment, his arms came up and returned your hug. Aww! Cuties! The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Yay! Comfort hugs. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first, then both of you were able to get into your casual candor. Look at that smile! Look at that sweet face! As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. He can sneak into my room anytime. You hoped a day would never come in your life decided that that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. Do I know that? I guess I know that. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light. It was streaming through the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your tan skin. Don't give me that face, Rafa! With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight, yeah, fuck the sun, and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing, with a start, that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before headed home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left! He was still here! Shit. We're so busted. I don't want to wake up my moms! Your muscles refused to move an inch and your eyes widened as you stared at Cove's sleeping form in absolute shock. If your moms found out he had slept here the entire night, you would both be in big trouble. Realizing quickly that you needed to get Cove out of here before your moms, or oh god, especially Elizabeth, walked in and found you, you willed your body to get moving on and swung your legs over the side of the bed. You whisper in his ear, you shook his shoulder, you poke him in the face, you tug his head. Oh? Oh, you threw a pillow. Gently wake him up. Oh, wake up! You whispered his name softly, but urgently. Oh god, imagine if Liz walked in while you were both— Oh god, I don't want to. And his eyes snapped open as he woke with a start. You scrambled out of the way as he abruptly jumped to his feet before almost losing his balance and falling back. You fucker! No, shut up! Be quiet! He recovered just as quickly and faced you indignantly. What was that for? Shush! What? The situation dawned on him too before even finishing the word. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh god, I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely, the atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. We're going to be in so much trouble. Just calm down. Settle down before Mom hears you. You didn't say anything. He nodded, his shoulders tensing as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before— Oh, he had to hug me goodbye! Oh, it's so cute. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Little. A really good friend. It's so cute. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder and made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair, and filled your room with its salty scent. I don't know if that came through my mic. My boyfriend's pretending to play the drums on his fucking desk or something. It was fucking weird. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. How is he not gonna get caught? My house faces his house. I wonder if my window faces his. You didn't hear it? Okay, that's fine. It just— I don't want to say it startled me, but it confused me. You wished him luck. You rallied him to keep going. You suggested he sneak out the door instead. I wish him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other, with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage and then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards the house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do, and hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You put on your slippers, you checked yourself in the mirror, you made your bed, you just left. Just leave. It's too early to do anything else. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into the look of innocence.
That's why I'm scared.
You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange. But you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool.
Was that a strange noise I heard?
Get the fuck out.
Oh, okay.
When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the sister knows.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? You can't hide anything from the sibling, man. You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat. You turned and offered a tight smile, her lips pursed together even tighter. Little. You shrug it off, you clammed up. Wouldn't you like to know? Sorry, you've excitedly blurted it out. You folded. I really wonder what she would do if we told her. She would never let me live it down, at least. I don't know if she would tell the moms. I don't think she would. She would tease me, though. I kind of wanna know what it's like if I tell her. I'm afraid she's gonna get me in trouble if I told her. I don't know. She began to smile, thinking whatever you were hiding was bigger than she assumed.
Come on.
Yes, you do. Tell me. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Dodged a bullet. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. Yeah, you two gotta get a little bit better at the sneaky sneak, if you're gonna be doing that. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns and omelet, fruit salad, there were a few sausage links. You took a bit of everything. You passed on some parts because they weren't things you liked. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid meat. You passed on some parts because you were trying to avoid animal products. I just eat everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there were a variety of meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. Ice water. It was a perfect, balmy, summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors to find something to do. Something to do. You hadn't decided. We already know what we're gonna do. We do the same thing every day. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. Yes, something with green hair. And green eyes. Turquoise eyes. Whatever. As you were headed out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he left that morning. You couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, little. Confused, you looked over to where the unrecognizable woman... Oh! Where the unrecognizable woman was waving at you. A friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who this woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. She's so pretty. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her glasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex, too. Isn't she so pretty? With a bent smile, she lifted the hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. Yeah, I got that. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice. She seemed sort of strange. She seemed really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She felt so different to Cove. She was super pretty. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother? Wow. Man, why is this whole family so fucking cute and pretty and hot? It was kind of crazy how both of his parents were that good looking. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression that it would be the very next day. Yeah. It's not even like almost the next, it's like 12 hours later, if that. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured nails in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled on her wrists. I'm Kira Pierce, and you can call me Kira. You shook the hand. You reached out and shook her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm little, but you already knew that. Yes, you are. You're 5'0". Thanks. That I do. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. I don't need to know what he said about me necessarily. Well, I kind of don't know. Well, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. Aw, Mom! She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. The sound of the door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and then you turned towards the sound. It was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he's almost as tall as his mom, how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall. But she was much more on the short side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his yes, his tall, tan, blonde, long-haired, blonde-haired dad, his hot dad, yes. There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. After he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat, while the snore is at work. Oh, that's mean. Kira beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, little. I'd love to get to know you better. Just for the record, this is still like the prologue we're in. This whole section and the next section are so much longer than the first one. It's gonna take us a while to get through them. Yeah, you should come. Oh, he's asking me to come. He's like, I need backup. Please help me. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility. I'm 13. I can go where I want. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting in this street for the time being. Any woozies, let's go! Kira walked ahead towards your house and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Oh. Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you want me to. He sighed, his shoulders relaxing in a little relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. I also want to hang out with your mom. Your mom is really pretty. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found at her front door. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that this was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you've met my kid, Little, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kira laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kira Pierce, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. Priest? I guess it's Priest. A head of purple brown hair caught your eyes as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kira. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Little. Cove? Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. I understand. You're welcome to stop by anytime.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Little went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. You could tell Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him. All day, every day, baby. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was a sound of the front door closing. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here. Yeah, there's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kira put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like an area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kira pouted a little and turned to you instead. How about you, little? Want to point me in the right direction? You shrugged. Not really. Sure, I have a couple favorites. I will hold conversation with Mom until Cove is ready. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's the Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a great treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. The Chinese restaurant, the tropical themed place. You insisted Cove contribute to the he's not going to contribute. You insist Kira decide. We'll see if Mama wants to decide. Mama's the guest. I've already tried both. You should be the one to choose. You're so polite. Alright, let's hit up the fancy tropical place. I'm intrigued. Will you show us the way? Yeah, it's right down the street. Like everything in this town, apparently. You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. You walked about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kira asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, and you ended up answering her instead. Kira explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunsetburg. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily, you were shown right to a small table. It doesn't quite seem like a restaurant to me as much as, like, I guess, kind of like a smoothie bar or like a little cafe type thing. Which I guess is a type of restaurant. I don't know. Kira lowered herself onto the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her, or to her side. It was awkward. Ahem. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Noted. Little? Just water, soda, milk, juice. Coffee. Kira gave you a raised brow and then smiled. Iced or hot? There's sugar on the table if you want to add it, but do you want cream with it? Iced with cream, hot with cream, iced no cream, hot no cream. Iced with cream. So good. Kira placed an order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. Alright, you don't have to one-up me. And it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. I want coffee now. I want to make some coffee again. I don't need to sleep tonight. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kira and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what's there. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all of this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I thought it was a completely different word and it wasn't connecting. Instead of asking more open questions, he'd brush off. Kira had mercy on her son and instead put her focus. No, have mercy on me, please don't. So little. What's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Oh god, don't talk about my writings. I spend time on art. I create digitally. My computer at home doesn't really have all the programs I need. I also just do regular drawings. I filled out a lot of sketchbooks. And I like to read books. I like to read fiction. Me too. Nothing beats curling up with a good book. I also like comic books. Oh, just like Cove's daddy. Oh, Mr. Holden reads comic books. I didn't know that actually. I don't think I picked that last time. What else does Cove's dad do? What are his hobbies? I also read manga. I haven't heard of that style, but I'm sure it's very good. That's fair. What's something else fun we can... I'm really into Cove! We're just gonna ignore that. I also write things. A fellow writer. Writing is a great form of expression, don't you think? By the way, I'm really into your son. I'm gonna pick it, though. Kira let out a sudden laugh and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. I'm terrible. Little! Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring parts of his face with his hand, but Kira only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. I mean, we spend time together when we can't. We spend all of our time together, apparently. We are attached at the hip, like, actually, though. Well, we have something in common. Kira smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at the moment. Oh, he mad at us. Don't put the girls together, we start talking. I'm sure there's cute stuff. Games. Board games, video games, all of them. Video games. I don't know much about them, maybe you can show me sometime. Yeah, I thought that was gonna be the answer. Alright. He is angry. He embarrassed. It's okay. Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. I wonder what happens if you, like, go through all of them, really? Like, if there's special dialogue for literally listing everything. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kira a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. And how she got her hair so beautiful and silky. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and such. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Are you in an... Oh no, don't. Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. I can't. I can't do that. Like, I kind of want to know what she says, but I don't. You don't ask somebody this if you don't know them. You don't ask them that. Though I do want to know. I want to know what she says, but. Wait, come. I can. Here, brush the question off lightly. Not at present. Oh, okay. She just ignores that one. That's not so bad. This is the big one. Cove nudged you in the arm, and when you looked at him, he seemed furious. Kira brushed the question off lightly. That's grown-up stuff. You should enjoy your youth while you can without having to worry about all that. I don't like that I made him mad. I don't want to make him mad. No. He didn't seem to bother her as the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink. With furrowed brows, he looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. The power of the— Yeah. Oh, you pissed him off. I don't want to piss off my boy. I don't want to do that to him. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You made a silly face at him, you smiled at him, you gave him a sympathetic look, you flipped the straw out, you left smiling. Cove eventually noticed you watching him. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. You two seem really cute. Mama! Mama, no! Stop, I was just getting him to relax. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat. This is very 13-year-old responses, though. Like, that's exactly what happened.
Seriously?
No. Mom! Why would you say that? You felt bothered too. You blushed. Thanks, we are cute. I'm embarrassed. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain, please, why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here, didn't you? Cove's eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same and nobody said anything. I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hand in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. I hate that. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. That's such an unfortunate name. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. You can still set up a normal trip at my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together, he seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. Oh, love the mama. My heart! Yes, it's so sweet. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop! I'm sorry, sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. That's so cute. I love her so much. Kira was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No! Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later. Not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelf it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. Oh, I'm still here. And thank you, little. What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Oh, it was a setup. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. Oh. Oh no. She winked. Mom. She just ruffled his hair with a laugh and then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant, Kira had paid the bill. You walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help, but that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Look at him! He's so happy with himself. Welcome back, family, and little too. Cliff. Oh, she is upset. Dad? The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. I do like his hair. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft and he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure if he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Have a nice night, little. You too, Mr. Holden, you hot bitch. What? I didn't say it. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined or would have imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kira in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both of your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Yay! That was just the prologue. That was like 2 hours. Ugh. I might be able to get through one of these. We'll go with the new one. We'll go reverse order. This one, then this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. I did get the DLCs, yeah. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden. Oh, we get to see the scuba shop that he actually worked. We actually get to see where he works. Unknowable universe. What the fuck? An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine: fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. It was the first time you'd been here, too. It wasn't often that you tagged along to hang out at the shop. You spent a lot of time here over the years. Probably this one, right? Like, it's been 5 years. I've probably gone to the shop a couple times. You preferred it that way. It meant there was always something new to look at, even if it was just a layout change. You were excited to come today. You were in good spirits. This was a pleasant surprise. You felt okay. Not your first choice, but not bad. Oh, it's not, like, registering. We'll see if it works. Oh, it did work. Okay, it just wasn't, the things weren't responding to the mouse, so I didn't know if it was like frozen or something. But I guess it was working, just something messed up there. Visiting the shop made for a fun afternoon. Just the other day, Cove was telling you about the new suits, and now you got to check them out. Can we actually go scuba diving though? Please? Lee was still busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. You decided to keep listening. You decided to join in the you couldn't teasing them about what? Just keep listening. It was interesting to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things, too.
I gotcha.
Cool. The business side, running it. That's my favorite. I guess that's what his dad does. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. Look at her, she's so pretty! When your dad's retired, do you guys think you're gonna carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison.
Well,
There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face. I don't know, it's a lot. Being the real boss of something and totally in charge? If my moms had their own business, I'd take it over. If my mom's had one, I wouldn't want to take over either. I can't run a business. I wouldn't want to take over someone else's shop either. I want to do my own thing. And then do you think your dads would let you take over the shop? No matter what you both do, shop or no, you'll be amazing. Ooh, support. Full support all the time. Beautiful friend. Derek smiled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a little bit. Thanks, little. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids, it looks like it's gonna be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. Does he own it? Does he own it or does he work here? I feel like I maybe missed it. I feel like he owns it. Derek's dad is a supplier? I don't know. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring if getting stuck here all day because of me. Kira can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look, and Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. I'll come back for you. I promise. I could never forget. Kira laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that and moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
It's okay.
That's alright, sir. The title sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kira elbowed him teasingly.
What do you think?
You already said I could borrow the car. Why don't we take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon? Yes, let's all go party with Mom. That's fine with me. Just please come back eventually, sometime today. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. Oh. For you, my good sir, I swear. Cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a 50 bill to Kira. God! Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kira smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with his free hand. Come, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Yes, bye, Dad. Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs and madams. He left the room with a wink and flair. I love him. Disappearing into the employees only area of the shop. I love that, like, the two of them are actually, like, both really nice. Like, they didn't demonize one of the parents or anything. They're both, like, just really nice people that it just didn't work out for the most part. And I think that's really nice. Kira silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has a mall. Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. It must be possible to find a mall out here. You felt pumped, you felt okay. It's fine, malls are fine. I'm more just happy for the company than the mall itself. A trip to the mall had never failed you. You nodded, deciding that today was going to be alright. Let's go. She quickly herded the group out of the store into the car. As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Oh, naturally, I bestow position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was, for sure, embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. You decided to stick up for what? That she called him baby? I'm not gonna stop a mom from calling her son baby. It's never gonna happen. You decided to jokingly complain about special treatment. You were fine with that. No, because it'll just make him upset. You got shotgun in your own car a lot. I'm pretty sure Elizabeth does, but sure. It made sense that he got priority here. I'll take the middle seat. Oh, Derek is so nice. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Oh, he's so nice. He took the shitty seat. Are you cool with that? He thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Good. Sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed in the car, buckling in. Kira turned the radio on and set it to the top 40s pop station. You were into it. You did not like it. You asked for the radio It's fine. Quickly, you recognized the song playing. It was a new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. Joke's on you. I'm not caught up on recent music at all. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost. God damn it. But after driving in enough circles, Kira's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kira pulled into the parking lot. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what this mall actually had. Where should we go? Ooh, I think I see a makeup store up ahead. Sephora! She's looking for Sephora. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate... Oh! Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait, we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and berets.
Nice.
We've also got to at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but the store that's just for video games. What are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. Oh, fish. You could have guessed as much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Can we go to a camping and outdoor supplies shop? What about you, Little? I want to go to the chocolate shop. And I also want to go to the pet store. But I think we're hitting all of them, so I'll pick my own. Oh, I can pick several. Ooh, yeah, okay. Pet store and the pet store. Those are the ones I like. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah. I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7.
What?
You're not coming with us. We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll be only a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. That's fair. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back at 7. Toodaloo! She didn't want to deal with all these kids. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom. Oh, look at their faces! They're so surprised. I was walking around the mall with my friends at like 13. It's fine. As long as you had like set times with your parents when they were going to pick you up and like saying that you won't leave the premises. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. I can't believe she just did that. This is so cool! We get to do whatever we want! You were happy about it. Talk about an amazing opportunity. You felt unsure about the situation. Was it really okay? You felt okay about the situation. You were unhappy about it. This is not what you had in mind. I'm fine. You know what? Fuck it. I'm happy. I feel like it's not that exciting, but sure. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip. So, where are we going first? Time's a-wastin'. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realized there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. We don't have any money. What's wrong, Little? Did everybody bring money with them? Yep. I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. You had money too. You left all your money at home. The original plan was only visiting Mr. Holden's store. You didn't have any money at all since you always ended up spending it when you got... I would probably have had my wallet on me. Sure. Immediately, you felt better about the situation and would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have any money. I'm good. Now that everything was squared away, you explored them all together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into the art and supply store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes in various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. That sparked your attention. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop by the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. I'm just looking. I don't really like them. I want one, but for someone else. You did want. I'm just looking. Nice to check stuff out. Lee hummed in agreement and then stared past the booth. Following her gaze, you saw the boys were already wandering too far. Those bastards! Get back here! After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourself walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on a smoothie kiosk ahead. Smoothies? Meh. Ice cream. I want ice cream. Should we stop? Yeah. As you approach... How much money do we have, though? Like, we have a little bit, but kids... Like, I don't know. I didn't have much money when I was 13. Even when I had planned to go to, like, the mall, I went with, like, enough money to buy maybe one book. That's it. And my movie ticket if we were seeing a movie. That's it. Hi there, do you need a rundown of how this works? Is there something special about these smoothies? Yes, please. Pick 3 options of fruit or berries. Okay. Then I'll add the ice and store a special smoothie base mix, and then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. It's only one size. Oh, you just pick the fruit you want. Cool. Cove leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut, too. Sounds good. Is everyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Mango. Of course.
Thanks.
I like strawberries, berries, and blueberries. Oh, full berry smoothie. Shopkeeper looked at you now. You didn't want one. I don't want to be left out. Could I get... Ooh, okay. I like bananas. What would be good? I think like banana mango would be cool. Yeah, I'll put coconut in there. And that's everything. At that, everybody went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. You waited at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put When they were done, Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready. I don't know, I love being able to like make little combinations of food and stuff, and makes me hungry. There's a section later where you get to build a sandwich too, just like that. They give you a list of stuff, you get to pick it. And I love it. It's so cute. I get to make my dream sandwich.
Aw.
This is gonna be so good. Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. It's just sugar. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter, straws were placed through the opening, and the top of the cup and first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango is so delicious. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. Can't even put it down. You were really happy with yours. You were regretting your choice. You thought it was only okay. You thought it wasn't as great as you expected. I love how you can, like, regret your choices. Like, you're the one who chose it. I'm happy with it. It tastes great. I know it does. It's delicious. This is perfect. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. Yeah. You asked if you could try Lee's smoothie. You asked if you could try... Oh. Well, we did do the sharing is caring thing when we were little kids. Sneakily, you wanted to steal a sip of someone's smoothie. You didn't pay much attention. Oh, I want to see you. Oh, share with me. I accidentally. Oh no. Oh, I didn't mean to like spook. I just want to try your drink. His face was burning red from Why? It's not that embarrassing. I don't know. Me and my friend shared food all the time. Dude, are you okay? Brain freeze. Derek gave Cove a few bats on the back. His hacking was only started slow. I bet it ended up going the wrong way. It sucks when that happens. Lee elbowed you teasingly. The moment she got your attention, she started laughing and gestured between you and Cove. Moments later, Cove was finally able to breathe normally. He wiped his mouth with his free hand. His gaze locked on the floor. It's not that serious. I didn't mean for it to be a big deal. I just wanted a taste. Nervously started chewing on his straw. You could tell he was torn. He didn't seem to want to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to say yes. It's fine. Just say no. It's only gonna break my heart a little bit. Derek couldn't watch the scene anymore. Drinking his own smoothie, he pretended to be fascinated by the displays in the store your group was passing by. I just wanted to try it. It really wasn't supposed to be that big of a deal. I should have just asked Derek. He would let me do it. Lee would have too. Cove has to be a little blushy boy. Won't let me try it. I don't even remember what his fucking combination was. It was like strawberry coconut something. Oh, it was strawberry banana coconut. That's what it was. Lee hadn't stopped looking over you two. You could tell she was living for every bit of this situation. Cove's unhappy stare went from Lee to Derek, all while still shyly sipping his smoothie. You wondered if he was trying to will them to intervene. It's fine. I will just back off. If he's this uncomfortable, I will just not do it. Feeling his stare, Derek peeked back towards Cove. The only response he offered was an understanding sigh. It's fine. You don't have to share with me. I just wanted to try it. It's okay. I didn't need to try yours. fucking disappointed as fuck. So sad. He stared at you, looking conflicted still. A few heartbeats later, the tension eased on his face and he sighed. Sorry. It's fine. Whatever. No worries, we're cool. He nodded, but couldn't meet your eyes. You were satisfied with that. You wanted to ask someone else. I'm gonna ask somebody else. Lee will let me try hers. As long as you let me try yours. See? Deal. You and Lee swapped cups, and over several sips before swapping back, the berry blended tasted very strong. I like yours, but I'm really, really happy I got this. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm always here to help. We're gonna fucking get everybody else's except for Cove's. I'll see if Derek will do it. Because Derek's really nice. You guess. Oh! Yes! He held his cup out for you to take, but instead it was easier to just lean forward and take a sip of his straw. He blushed slightly at the jest. Oh. Why they gotta make it weird? That is good mango, thanks. You're welcome. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. In the center of the opening was a collection of Oh, we're not doing this. I'm not wasting my quarters on these fucking things. These things suck. Right on machine. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them smile. A 13-year-old? A 13-year-old doesn't care about these. No, I don't believe this. No. I think we might be too big. Yes, we are. No way. We're not that old yet. Derek, baby, sweet child. Yes, we are. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. Right? You thought this idea was childish, you wanted a ride too, you didn't care one way or the other, you stayed quiet. I don't want to make Derek feel bad about being excited for it as like his friend, right? Like, I don't want to make him embarrassed. I don't want to ride though. I don't care either way. Not really. Whether you're too big or not, it can't hurt to check it out. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly covered rides. Most were, he might be short enough to fit in them. Most were designed to look like real vehicles. That's questionable. But there were also some horse-shaped ones. Cool. One of them could even seat 2 people. We are not. No. No. Lee leaned in close to you and whispered playfully while pointing directly at the soul machine made for a pair. You should ride that one with Cove. Shut up! Lee, it's stupid. It's too small. It's not even cute. This isn't like an amusement park where it's like, oh, go ride the teacups together. No, these are little baby things that barely do anything and they just eat my quarters. It's stupid. You agreed. She was really onto something. You rolled your eyes. You disagreed. It was too crazy. You felt Your response had Lee giggling. Trust me, it's a brilliant idea. No. 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 I love you. No. It's not. I called... Fuck's sake, no. These are not 13-year-olds. Why? It's the coolest. I think it'll move the most. They barely move. They, vibrate. It's stupid. It's a waste of a quarter. I'm getting angry. I hate these fucking things. Derek just wants to ride the fucking helicopter. He can ride the helicopter if he wants to. I don't want to waste a quarter. Like, me, Rabbit, the player, I hate these fucking things. I hate these stupid fucking things. It's a waste of fucking money, and they're set there in the mall to get kids to beg for them and waste the $50, then the kids are disappointed anyway because it sucks. Right? Like, they're stupid. I have harsh feelings. He started digging. Wait. Is everything okay? I need a whole $1 for this thing? No. Let's just go get a cookie. Weren't we supposed to go to that chocolate shop? You're so passionate about this. Because it's... Oh, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. It's fine. It's whatever. It's... Yeah? I only have 2. I'll give you my quarters. I don't want to do it. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Did we all only have like $5? And we bought the smoothies? We didn't even wait until we got to the chocolate store. Ugh. Kids. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove had only 1. We all bought the same smoothie though. How much money did we all have? This is what I'm saying. I don't know how much money we had. Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any. Thanks. You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. Why don't we all get on one ride? Couldn't we exchange dollar bills for more quarters at the store? You didn't offer... This one. Derek slapped the hands on his cheeks, eyes wide. Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. I mean, you'd have to get the store to do it. A lot of stores don't really, but whatever. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters. Jesus.
Please.
Little, are you going to join us on this little kid ride? Please. Ah. You sighed, admitting defeat. Yeah. God. I'll do it. Yay! There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cove waited to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked. A horse too. The one that looked like a motorcycle, the single-seater car, the double-seater car by yourself, the double-seater car, and you brought Might as well just commit to the bit. Oh, you can sit with me. He gave a bent smile. Yeah, neither of us give a shit, so we might as well just suffer together. And put a hand on his hip when he saw the ride you pointed out. Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it by yourself. Don't worry, you're big and I'm tiny. Well, I'm not tiny, I'm just short, but it's whatever. I want to ride with you. That's literally the only thing that's bringing me joy in this, is that I get to hang out with him. I hate this. I hate this so much. Lee winked at the two of you from her pony as you swished next to one another in the child-sized seats. Oh, we're too big for this. Looks were exchanged across the way and you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little ride stuttered to life. As the machines began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. I can't see what that says. Hold on. Oh, it's completely blocked out for me. I can't even adjust it. I don't know what you said. Scroll, I'm sorry. Derek couldn't contain. Derek started waving Oh, that's because it's a link. Oh. Derek started waving from window to the helicopter and Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone as their machines jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. You clipped it. Oh, you clipped me being angry. Oh. I'll watch it later. You were quickly regretting your decision. You waved back, you stretched over to grab Lee's hand. You tried to encourage Cove, you personally just sat quietly. Well, see if we can't make Cove feel... I mean, I'm just as uncomfortable, but... Don't worry, we're suffering together, it's okay. It was terrible seeing how unhappy Cove was with this. I'm unhappy with this. You wondered if there was anything you could do to make him feel better. Don't worry, we all look ridiculous. Yep. Cove's concentration was broken when he automatically looked in your direction. You thought you caught him rolling his eyes at your word. That's fair. Are you worried you're gonna fall off? I mean, he might, if he's tall enough and these cars are this small. He shook his head, but you felt like you were going in the right direction. I know people always talk about how tall you are, but you're not a giant. Some people are 7 feet tall. That's true. We know people like Art, my raid leader. He's a tall bitch. Cove looked at you, clearly fighting a smile, but his hands were still gripping the ride like his life depended on it. Okay, if you do fall, I'll jump off of this and make a bigger scene, I promise. Cove's valid. Yeah. That thought finally broke him into a laugh, and his smile remained for the rest of the ride. Soon, all rides came to a stop, and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Yeah. Tall people, it must, like, suck in certain spaces, because you never have space for your long legs. When you noticed something around the corner of your eye, you tilted your head and looked directly at it, and you burst into laughter. What? What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's head moved that way and saw what you were looking. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We went around looking for people to exchange quarters and nobody saw that. Pain. We're kind of dumb. You said it, not me. You have to be to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been anywhere yet, ever yet. I'm starting to see why their parents don't let them go to the mall by themselves. Oh no. You moved along from one stop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can to toss her smoothie cup. We still have those? I thought we got rid of those already. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your own empty cup. Cove made it over trash can, but he didn't toss his cup. Hey, little. Yeah? Oh! Cove held his cup up towards you, and you looked at him quizzically. You can finish it if you want. It's a little melted, but it's still good. It's so cute! He couldn't quite meet your gaze. You're pretty sure that you could see his cheeks turning pink. Oh my god! That's so cute! Leaving Cove to his embarrassment, you noticed that he left enough to have a good taste. There was no stopping the large smile growing on your face. He didn't forget about it. After your antics earlier, you had made peace with the fact that you weren't going to get any of his drink. You figured it was easier for him to give it away since he didn't have any plans to drink more of it now. Thanks, Cove. You took his cup and held it in both hands. The last of his smoothie was very sweet. That seemed fitting. Pretty good, huh? Very good. It's so cute! You threw the cup out with the rest inside, content. Oh. I really didn't think he would do it. I thought it was just one of those things that he wasn't gonna do, and that's fine. But that was really cute. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by. Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. That's a good question. I don't know. She's just like that. She left. She probably just straight up left to go do something else. Ooh, it's a mystery. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, after 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kira coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheeks. Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day? Good day, gang. God damn it. Yeah. Today was awesome. We did so much. Ugh, we wasted time on kid rides. We didn't even go to a bookstore. Ugh. It was fun. You really enjoyed your day. You thought there were ways it could have been worse. You didn't enjoy the last moment made me enjoy it more. I can ignore the stupid kid rides, just because Cove is so fucking cute. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear, because the day went so much better than you were expecting. Yeet. I'm glad we came. I want to hear all about it. Oh, nope. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time, and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kira said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raised when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. You weren't pleased about that. She didn't have to lie. That was actually pretty slick. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Not once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around, though. Though now that you thought about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious and of itself. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without a problem as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you'd arrive at your destination. It was a much faster trip considering this time Kira knew where she was going. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front of the door being opened, Cliff poked his head from the back and lit up at seeing who was here. Look at them! They're so cute and pretty. Look how pretty they all are. Hey, sport, did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast. We found the mall. The mall? Wish I could have joined. No, you don't. He deflated in an exaggerated way, his shoulders sloped. Kira put a hand on his arm and smiled. There will be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real and then pulled himself together, standing up straight. I need just a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem. We can have fun here. Excellent. Have a great week. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up and Kira nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents were gone again. Let's go to the docks. Let's immediately leave. They're right down the way. Oh, I saw those on the way here. Really wanted to check it out. Are you coming? I mean, I wasn't going to stay in the shop by myself, quite honestly. Of course I'm coming. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Thanks for letting me come. Like I wasn't gonna invite my favorite cousin. Me too. Right? I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? I think they're lame as fuck. Totally. Yes, they're very cool and very, very pretty. Cove looked at Lee oddly, and he ran his hand through his hair, and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. I guess sometimes they are. You continued walking. Every so often you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point, you noticed that Cove stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially, you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick, acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end the busy day. Not much time later, Jarek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here. Okay. You looked at Cove at the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the docks and into the night as you ran to catch up. Oh, that was cute. Dude, that was perfect. That was perfect timing. That worked out great. Okay. Nice. Whew. So that's gonna be good for the day. I'm probably not gonna be on tomorrow. I've streamed like every day for the past couple days, and I don't want to like burn myself out, so gonna chill out tomorrow night. And then I might be back Monday night. I'm not entirely sure. I just kind of show up whenever I want to. And I'll pick one of the 3 games I've been playing. We'll see. We'll see which one I want to do at the time. Or whichever one I ask Scrawl, which one he wants to watch. But, yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. I really appreciate all of you, and I hope everybody has a good night. I am, again, pretty sure nobody I watch is doing anything. Oh. No, they aren't. Yeah, I'm the latest streamer in the group. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Rafa. That was like, oh my god, that was 3 hours ago and I never even got a fucking notification for it. Eating more quarter rats. In my dreams, I will riot. I'll be so upset. They're an offense. They're an offense to the senses, is what they are. I'm pretty sure Rafa's asleep now. Oh, no, he's there. Thank you so much for the sub. I don't know why my sub alerts don't go off, even though my follow ones do. I have to figure that out. But thank you so much. I appreciate both of you. I hope you both get lots of sleep. And I'll wish you all good night and goodbye.